Good morning, everybody. My name is Hyla. I'm a park ranger with Oregon State Parks, and welcome to Depot Bay Day 7 for the 2020 Spring Whale Watch Week. For the past 41 years, Oregon State Parks and our partners have been counting gray whales as they migrate along the Oregon coast, documenting their behaviors and helping people like you see and learn about them. Thank you so much for joining us today. Since the late 1970s, over 1.5 million people have been able to interact with us and learn about these amazing marine mammals. This year, things are obviously a little different than in the past, and in an effort to slow the spread of the coronavirus, no volunteers have been stationed along the coast. That being said, we want to extend a huge thank you to all the volunteers who have dedicated hours and hours to attend our training sessions and countless hours of their time volunteering for us in the past. We look forward to working with everyone again as soon as possible. We at Oregon State Parks understand that the COVID-19 virus has impacted everyone's ability to travel, and we hope that providing this live stream to you, we will be able to enjoy some of our beautiful coastal views while you're at home. Starting on March 23rd, Oregon State Parks announced that all of the parks and recreational facilities would be closed through at least May 8th. We realize this impacts many people's travel plans, and we really do miss you here in our parks. We hope to see everyone again soon. For the most up-to-date information, please check out Oregon State Parks website at www.oregonstateparks.org. Here's a view of our Coast Guard running some drills in the bay this morning. And today we're going to be mostly looking out for gray whales. These gray whales are migrating north, coming from Mexico. We haven't seen any whales yet today, but hopefully our luck will change here shortly. We typically see the gray whales migrating about 1 to 3 miles offshore, but hopefully today we can get them to come in a little closer. Over the past few days, we have seen a pod of transient orcas, which was pretty exciting, and every day we've been seeing several gray whales. Hello, Stephen Staten from Salem, Oregon. It is a nice view today. I'm expecting we will see several gray whales. These are actually really excellent conditions for whale watching. If everybody wants to let me know where they're from in the chat box, that'd be great. We'd love to know who's watching us and from where around the world. Hello, Alicio Martinez. You're asking where can I go whale watching near PDX? Anywhere along the coast is actually great. If you can find a high vantage point, that seems to work a little better just so you have the greatest view. Still haven't seen any whales.
You just kind of huge rockfish.
Did he really?
Yeah, there's a big one too.
Hello, Jonathan, who is on an online field trip with his daughter. Let us know if she has any questions. I do see a couple other ones in there. Kelly's asking, how big are the whales? Well, the females can get close to 50 feet, and the males are actually about 10 feet shorter than that, usually between 35 and 40 feet. And yes, those are sea lions, California sea lions, and they're usually hunting for fish, usually. All right, so looking through the questions, Kelly's asking how big is that buoy? What we can see, it's about 12 feet from the water to the top. And this is actually the half-mile buoy. I can zoom over to the 1-mile buoy in a second. And these California sea lions, they're usually about 8 feet long, so you can kind of imagine how much of that buoy is exposed. All right, so now we're looking at the 1 mile buoy, and you can see it's starting to get a little choppy out there, but we're still scanning for whales. Hopefully we'll see something here soon. Hi everybody, thanks for watching day 7. This is Ranger Hyla. I'm going to take off. I will see you guys tomorrow though, and Luke's going to take it from here. We still haven't seen any whales, but hopefully that changes here soon.
All right, good morning everyone. This is Ranger Luke, Park Ranger here with Oregon State Parks at the Depot Bay Whale Center. Huge thank you to Ranger Hyla for covering for me this morning. So I was getting some other stuff done. Yeah, it looks like a pretty decent day out there actually. You know, we had a little bit of rain come in last night, and we definitely have, I mean, it's all clouds right now, but the ocean is fairly cooperative right now. So hopefully we'll see some whales. It's going to be difficult to see these any animals out very far again today, just based on the light and the ocean conditions, but we'll give it a shot. We'll get my binoculars going here and see if we can't find a few whales here and get us on the board here for the day. If you're just joining us, we've had a very successful whale watch week so far. Around 80 gray whales sighted while we have been streaming. We had the orcas come through a few days ago. It's just been a very, very good streak of whale watch days. You know, this activity is 100% weather dependent. So if we have huge waves and storm and rain, it's just going to make it really hard. But we're still going to give it a go here every day for the next few days at least. So stay tuned. We'll start looking around, seeing if we can't find some whales. Hopefully we'll get one of these gray whales to come in nice and close again. You know, the last couple days we've had some smaller gray whales, presumably some juvenile gray whales feeding really close in the bay. So maybe we'll get lucky and see some of those. But for now, stay tuned. I'll point you back out here at this buoy. I see a lot of questions coming in about the buoys. Ryan asked, what does that buoy indicate? So there's the two buoys here in Depot Bay. You've got this red one, that's a half-mile buoy. I see that's another question down here. Let me see if I can get them both on the camera here. So there's the red one on your left, that indicates a half-mile away. And then there's a white one, white and red. Let me zoom out to it real quick. This one if it'll focus here, is 1 mile away. And to us, standing right here on shore, they do look crooked or offset. But if you are in a boat or a ship out in the ocean, if you line up with those buoys, they will actually point you in the direction of our harbor entrance over here, just to our south, just on the other side of that concrete wall. And so they make a line and they help anyone in a boat or a ship who's going to be entering our harbor know where to go, how to stay in the safest part of our channel there. So good questions. Yep. Buoys, they're pretty cool. Sea lions, birds, all sorts of stuff. Let's see, Rick, how many days does your staff actually do these live feeds? So typically we do these live feeds all throughout what's known as our whale watch weeks. So there's a spring whale watch week and there's a winter whale watch week. Right now we're in the spring whale watch week, of course. And so I want everybody to stay tuned though. We might have a little bit of an announcement towards the end of this feed about our streaming here. So stay tuned, everybody. Let's see. Alicio asks, have the whales already calved? Presumably yes. And so the whales that we're seeing right now, they have departed Baja, Mexico, and now they're heading back towards Alaska. Typically all the baby gray whales, the calves are born in February, or a little bit earlier, a little bit later, but most likely most of those mother gray whales and the new calves, they're actually still in Baja or just starting their journey now. They will typically stay down there a little bit longer while that calf is getting bigger and stronger before they start this big journey all the way back up the west coast here. So it's a 6,000 mile swim that they're about to embark on. And so they want to make sure that those calves are as big and as strong as they can be. And those nice warm lagoons in Mexico provide a perfect nursery for them. So good question, yep. Hi, Marcia in Lebanon, Oregon. Welcome. Mariah asked, what is the depth of the ocean floor at the buoy? So the center of the Depot Bay Harbor is relatively deep. There's 2 reefs on either side of our harbor here. And those are typically, if you've watched the streams the last couple days, typically that's where we see our gray whales trying to find food, is around the reefs, the shallower portions of our bay. That's where the kelp grows, that's where all the food kind of congregates. But if we go out to this half-mile buoy, again, that's like exactly 1/2 mile in front of us. It's about 70 feet deep right there. And so it's actually pretty deep. It's a deep channel right through the center of the harbor. And then if we pan over to our 1 mile buoy, which is over here somewhere, there it is. If we pan over to that one, that buoy is anchored in about 110 feet of water. And we get our depths just by looking at the NOAA charts, the NOAA charts, the navigational charts that a lot of mariners use in our part of the world. So let's keep looking. Hi, Linda. Good morning, Jan. Down in Winchester Bay. Hope you're doing well. Steve, good morning. And yeah, Hyla's great. So I am up here quite a bit, but there's a whole bunch of us park rangers that work in our section of the coast who will be in from time to time. Typically it will be myself or Ranger Peter or Ranger Hyla, and each one of us has spent many years in this section of the coast, and Hyla is just a wealth of knowledge. She typically works just a little bit south of us at a park called Cape Foulweather. That's a little gift shop located about 500 feet up on the cliffs, just kind of south of us here in Depot Bay, but she's up here a lot as well. She has taken some of the most incredible footage of gray whales during the summertime feeding on the Newport area that I have ever seen. And we actually share it with a lot of researchers in the area because we've seen some really interesting stuff over the years, and she has a real knack for catching a lot of it on camera. So yeah, she'll be around all day tomorrow with everybody, and if there are whales here, she will find them. You guys will be in very, very good hands. So, all right, so keep those questions coming, everybody, if you got them. I'm going to get off the microphone now for a few minutes and get serious about some whales. So stay tuned. I'm going to do some work here with my binoculars and see if we can't find our first whale for the day. So good morning again, everybody. If you want to learn more about whale watching here on the Oregon coast, be sure to head over to that website, www.oregonstateparks.org, and you can click on that Things to Do tab, and there's a whole section dedicated to whale watching. Talks about our visitor center here in Depot Bay, and then also it highlights 24 great parks spread out up and down the whole Oregon coast that are great places to go and look for whales. Not right now. Remember, all the parks are closed, but by mid-May we hope to be reopened. May 8th is our date right now. But again, you'll find all the latest information about the Oregon State Park closures at that main Oregon State Park website. So you can also find us on Facebook and on Twitter and on Instagram and on whatever else it is kids are using these days. We are on most of the social media platforms. So be sure to like this page, subscribe to our channel, and all that other good stuff, just so you can stay informed. And also you'll be notified when we turn our cameras on. So stay tuned, everybody. For real this time, I'm going to turn off the microphone and look for some whales. Thanks for being here. Well, good morning again, whale watchers. This is Ranger Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks, here at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center with you today. And so I've been scanning around with my binoculars, and I have not spotted anything yet. Just a matter of time, though. There should be some coming through. It's pretty tricky out there today with all the white caps kind of starting to blow in. It's just supposed to be kind of a mix today of some rain showers and a little bit of wind. But the ocean is actually not terrible. I mean, if there are any whales that come into the bay, we're definitely going to see them. So we're going to be here watching. See some questions coming in. Steve asked, what are some of the diseases or sicknesses that gray whales suffer from? You know, Steve, the main one that whales are going to suffer from is just going to be kind of malnutrition or lack of food. And so last year, there was they called it an unusual mortality event with gray whales here along the west coast. And what they saw was a pretty good number of gray whales dying along this northbound migration. And if you remember kind of the back and forth of this migration, the whales feed in Alaska all the way till October and November. After that, they don't eat again until like April or May. And so what happens if a whale is malnourished, you know, it loses a lot of its blubber doing this big swim from Alaska down to Mexico and then back. You know, it's over 12,000 miles. And that's a huge toll on that animal's body. And so if that animal, you know, especially this time of year, is malnourished, don't know why I keep tripping over that word this morning, they do become more susceptible to other things like pneumonia or other just kind of poor body condition types of diseases. But, you know, if I was a gray whale, I'm not super worried about that kind of stuff. It's not like you can go to the doctor anyway. Things like orcas are going to be more on my mind than any real kind of disease or anything. But good question. Yeah, I don't have a huge amount of knowledge about the diseases of marine mammals, specifically gray whales, but I'm sure if you did some internet searching, you could find a little more for sure. Are narwhals related to whales? Yes. Hi, Francie. Yes, so narwhals are whales. And I think they're one of two whales that are kind of that pale color. The other one would be the beluga. And so narwhals are, in fact, whales. They live way up around the Arctic Circle, up in the frozen north all of the year. We would never in a million years expect to see a narwhal here on the Oregon coast. If we did, something has gone terribly wrong for that animal. But yes, narwhals are whales. Good question. All right, got some folks booking some camping trips at Oregon State Parks in the summer. Great idea. Yep. You know, we're all hunkering down right now, staying home, staying safe, but we do anticipate, you know, hopefully after a few weeks of this that we'll all be able to start getting outside a little bit, and by the summer we hope that a lot of folks are able to travel again and come out to the coast and see us here in Depot Bay and really all of our state parks. We are so lucky here in this part of the world that we have all these great public spaces that we can come out and enjoy. But I think everybody understands why we're not out in them right now. We want to stay home and really trying to limit the spread of this coronavirus. And so staying home, staying safe, great idea right now. But yep, we hope to see a lot of folks out here in the coming months. So Nancy, we're back after 8 hours without power. Oh, Nancy, I'm so sorry. I hope you and yours are doing great, and good to see you back on the stream today. Hang in there, you two. Thanks again for all your help over the years, and so we'll see you soon. All right, everybody, let me do another scan with my binoculars here. Look for some of these gray whales as they're swimming north along the Oregon coast. Let me know if you've got any more questions or comments, and stay tuned. Hello again, everybody. This is Luke at the Oregon State Parks Depot Bay Whale Center. See some other questions coming in. Jenny in Bend says, how long did the orcas stay in the bay the other day? If you go back to our day 4 video, and you can look at the Spring 2020 Whale Watch, day 4, and I think I titled it Orcas in the Bay. If you scroll down to the comment section, I have time-stamped the moment that the orcas first came into the bay, and you're able to click on that and the video will go straight to it. The orcas stayed in our bay probably about 10 or 15 minutes, and they swam in from the north and they kind of spread out, and I had kind of a hard time keeping up with all of them. I was trying to keep the camera on like the biggest concentrations of them. But yeah, you can check out that video. If you're just joining us, we had a group of transient orcas come into the bay on, it would have been Tuesday afternoon. And so that was a real highlight of the Whale Watch week so far. Those orcas, that was the closest I have personally ever seen them come into Depot Bay. And they were most likely hunting some seals and sea lions. And yeah, pretty awesome experience. We had like 200 and some folks on our channel with us while that was happening, and I know that there was like thousands of other people watching via other outlets, and so it was an incredible experience. And if you want to go take a look at that yourself, you can again go to that day 4 of this week's Whale Watch broadcast, and you can go click on the link and go right to when those orcas came in. Great, really cool. Let's see. There's one from Nathan. What is the primary food of the gray whale? Good question, Nathan. So it kind of depends. The whales feed on little different things depending on where they are. And so if the whales that we're watching right now are going to go all the way up to Alaska, they're actually going to go and they're going to feed in these mud flats of the Arctic Ocean that are just full of little arthropods and other little critters that are growing in the mud. They actually suck up the sediment and kind of filter it through their baleen. They will just literally, like rows after rows, they'll just go down in the mud flats and just eat everything that's growing in the mud. It's pretty crazy. That behavior is actually called mud sucking. And they're the only whale in the whole world that feeds in that way, by literally sucking up all the sediment and filtering out the stuff that's in it. There's some of that behavior that they document along the Oregon coast from time to time, but not as common as up there in Alaska. There's a couple bays up in Washington State that they have been documented doing that kind of behavior, but they're actually eating a little bug called a sand shrimp. People call them sand shrimp or a ghost shrimp. They're pretty common in some of our tidal bays, and so they kind of feed that way up in a few bays for sure in Washington, and there's been some reports of them doing that kind of behavior here in Oregon as well. Here in Depot Bay, we have a hard, rocky seafloor, and so there's literally no sediment for them to kind of suck up and filter. What they're actually feeding on in our bay is a little shrimp called a mysid shrimp, M-Y-S-I-D, and I've got some here in my little resin jar. Let me zoom the camera out and kind of show you what those look like. And so mysid shrimp are teeny tiny. These whales, again, they're like 40 feet long. They can weigh 40 tons. But they only eat while they're here in our bay. Let's see if I can get the camera to focus on these here. There you go. And so these little mysids, you can see my thumbnail there. There's probably a dozen or 15 of these little mysid shrimp in this jar. And so these mysids are about the size of a grain of rice. But in the summertime here in our bay, they are blooming and growing by the billions. There are so many of these mysids that it's just like a nearly endless food source. They just keep eating all day, every day. But yeah, great question. So for here in our bay, They eat mysid shrimp. See if there's anything else coming through. Oh, and Jenny said she forwarded it to some friends. Yeah, it was an awesome video. Very, very cool. Oh, and Steve says he had a question about some diseases that whales get, and it sounds like the International Whaling Commission just put out has some good stuff on their page. So thanks, Steve, for finding that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of information about the diseases, but next time I see some of my researcher colleagues here in the Newport, Oregon area, I will be sure to ask them if there's anything that they've noticed over the years or anything in particular that our gray whales are more susceptible to. So great questions, everybody. So if you're just joining us, we have yet to spot any gray whales this morning. It's kind of a cloudy, overcast day. We've got some wind out over the water right now, making some whitecaps, just making it challenging to spot any whales out very far. But I'm keeping my eyes kind of a little closer right now. I will do some scanning here with my binoculars in just a few moments and see if we can't pick up any whales. So let me go ahead and zoom out to our half-mile buoy, pretty close here, and we'll watch our sea lions taking a nap. And kind of keep your eyes above that buoy, you know, like halfway out between the buoy and the horizon. That's a very common distance to see some spouts, so I'll leave it zoomed out just about there, and then hopefully we'll see some whales coming through pretty soon. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us, and we'll be back shortly. Well, good morning again, everyone. This is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center, beautiful Oregon State Park Visitor Center, located right here on the central coast of Oregon. If you're just joining us, we have not spotted any gray whales yet today, but we're still watching. We've got the camera pointed kind of at the south end of our bay right now. You can see some beautiful kind of dramatic cliffs right there. Some waves are crashing on. And the last couple days we've had some small gray whales kind of feeding off of the underwater reefs right there. So got the camera pointed over there. Maybe we'll get lucky and see a whale enter that area of the bay. I'm kind of watching up to the north end of the bay, just seeing if we can't see anything coming in. You know, here at the Whale Center, one of the things that we do for everybody who comes and visits us is we offer them a complimentary whale watching sticker. It kind of lets everybody know. A lot of people wear it with pride while they're here in our area, and it says that you are a certified whale watcher. You know, you came to the Whale Watching Center. And so I know that everybody is not able to come to the Whale Center right now, but all of you are definitely certified whale watchers. So I want to hold up one of these stickers to the camera here. And if you want, I want you to take a picture of it, and then you can share that out to your friends and family if you want. And this is our custom kind of Depot Bay one here. Let me see if I can get that to focus. So if you want, I'll hold this up to the screen for a few seconds. You can take a picture of that, and you can share that out on social media or just have it on your phone or whatever if you want. If you do put it out on social media, put it with hashtag #ORWhaleWatch. That's kind of our calling sign. And so you are all certified whale watchers for sure. And I just want to say thank you to everybody who's been streaming us over the last few days. You know, we are going to have, by the end of this week, we will have had over 200,000 people tune in and look at whales with us here on the Oregon coast. And so it's just incredible. I'll hold that up a little later too if anybody else wants to take a photo of that. Looks like we got a question that came in. My 4-year-old Miles would like to know if you ever see sharks. And could I say hi to Ben? Hi Ben, I hope you're having a great day. Miles, I can't say that I've ever seen a shark while we're here whale watching. I can tell you that we have lots of sharks in the Oregon waters, but most of them are just cute little like leopard sharks or salmon sharks, all sorts of stuff. Sometimes in the summer, in the early fall, we see some salmon sharks kind of wash up on shore in different sections of the Oregon coast, but yeah, I can't say that I've ever seen a shark right here next to shore in Depot Bay. I know they're out there. I work with some really awesome folks called beach rangers, and the beach rangers patrol all of our coastline here, keeping them clean, keeping them safe for the millions of people who come out here. And I know they come across sharks from time to time, but I haven't seen one in Depot Bay. But really good question. I really like sharks. Sharks are awesome. You know, I think a lot of people are afraid of sharks, but I think if you do a little more research, you learn how important they are to the whole ecosystem out here in the ocean. And I think they're just amazing. I think they're really, really cool. And I would encourage a lot of people to not necessarily go hug a shark, but learn more about them. They're a really important piece of the puzzle out here in the marine environment, and pretty cool animals. So great question, Miles. Thank you very, very much. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be watching for whales here for the next few hours. Still haven't spotted anything in our bay yet, and I haven't been able to look out very far just due to kind of the stormy conditions we have. But stay tuned. You never know. Happy whale watching, and I'll be right back. Hello again there, whale watchers. This is Luke here at the Whale Watching Center. Looks like we have a question from Alice and Julian in Portland. Why do some whales live in pods and some don't? Really good question. What it kind of comes down to is what that kind of whale eats. And so gray whales, which we're looking for right now, those whales do not form pods because the food that they eat, it can't really run away very fast. And so they don't need help to catch it. Most of the plankton and the other little critters that they suck out of the mud and out of the sediment, they're not fast. They cannot run away. And so the whale can just move slowly along through the water feeding, and it can be very successful just by itself. On the other hand, whale species that eat fish or different prey that is really fast or somewhat smart, it can understand that it's being chased and can run away. A lot of times those whale species will work together, or they'll stay in a pod or a family group, and they'll work together most of their life to kind of help catch food. And so a great example of this would be the orcas or the killer whales. So orcas here in our area, let's talk about those Pacific Northwest resident orcas. They eat salmon. Now, salmon are not extremely intelligent, but they're fast. They can swim really quickly if they want to. And so if they realize that something is chasing them, like one whale, they're going to swim away really, really quickly. And so what the orcas will do is they'll kind of spread out, and sometimes they'll work together and kind of trap the salmon in like a circle, and then they'll take turns kind of swimming through and eating as many of those fish as they can. And so you can kind of think about it, those pod whales, they usually talk a lot too. They're very good at communicating. And so someone will say, hey, Julian, you go that way. Hey, Alice, you go that way, and we'll catch this stuff together. We'll work together. So great question. Some whales form pods and some do not. And it really kind of comes down to what are they eating and do they need help to catch it? So really, really good question. Stay tuned, everybody. We're still looking for our whales today. No gray whales on the camera so far. I've got the camera at the half-mile buoy, but I think I'm going to go out to that 1-mile buoy for a little bit and see if we can see anything over there. Just kind of get a feel for how the white caps are right now. It's kind of stormy out there, you can see. But we're gonna keep trying here. Let me see if I can adjust the camera a little bit, make it a little easier to see. Stay tuned, everybody. We're gonna keep looking for these whales, kind of crossing our fingers that one comes in really close today, and hopefully we're able to get a good view of it. If you're just joining us over the last 5 or 6 days, we've already counted over 80 gray whales, and we've had a pod of orcas come into the bay. And I'm seeing something kind of interesting, so let me kind of just zoom out the camera and go take a look here real quick. I thought I saw something interesting. So we actually have a gray whale breaching or jumping out of the water about 3/4 of a mile away. It was kind of hiding in all these white caps over here. There it goes again. Look at that. All right, everybody. Well, it was a pretty slow day until right now. And now we've got a gray whale breaching or jumping out of the water. Just about 3/4. There it goes again. Look at that. All right. Well, this is the first breach I have seen this week. I know Ranger Peter caught one earlier this week, so I was a little jealous. But here we go. We've got a gray whale. I think it's breached 4 or 5 times now. And there was a nice big spout. So Usually when they spout like that, sometimes they're done for a little bit. So let's keep an eye over here and see if this whale regains a little bit of energy and it'll start breaching again. Oh, I think it just did. So I'm going to turn off the microphone and just focus on the camera here. But look at that. Gray whales jump. Who knew? All right, whale watchers. Well, this is Luke here at the Whale Center. So we've just had that gray whale breaching in front of us here. It's only about 3/4 of a mile away, and it breached, I think, 4 or 5 times. I saw something that just looked different out there, you know, a bigger kind of white cap, and it wasn't doing the normal stuff. And so I was able to zoom out with the camera and catch it on the camera there a few times. So you can just drag back a few minutes and you'll be able to see that. I'm going to go in to our YouTube thing right now and try to make a little highlight. But I want to watch for a few more minutes and see if that whale does it again. You know, sometimes gray whales will breach like that and then they'll take a break, kind of regain some energy, and then all of a sudden they just start jumping again. And so I'm just going to kind of leave the camera zoomed out right now. But that's awesome. It's been kind of a quiet day so far, and our first whale has announced itself with a big splash over and over again. So that's pretty cool. That's a pretty good sized gray whale based on what I could see. Probably over 30, 35 feet, and making a nice big splash. Again, we don't really know why they breach or jump like that. There's a few theories out there, but I think they do it just because they can. It's pretty incredible. So let's see if we can't find that whale again and get him on the camera a couple more times. So everybody who's been with us this morning, your patience has been rewarded with a jumping whale. Now, that's a good way to start a Friday morning. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see if we can't find that one a few more times. Well, I just saw it spout again. Should be pretty close to the center of the screen there. And so it might be done breaching right now, but we'll try to keep track of it here and see if it does anything exciting again. So this is our first whale for the day. There was a nice big strong spout. We'll go ahead and keep watching this one as long as we can. All right, well, hello again there, whale watchers. This is Luke, park ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center, beautiful Oregon State Park Visitor Center. If you're just joining us, about 5 minutes ago or so, we found our first gray whale for the day, and it announced itself by breaching or jumping out of the water several times. And so I will be sure to go into this video a little later this afternoon and put a time stamp, and so you'll be able to just click right to when that whale is breaching. I think I caught it on the camera 2 or 3 times, and I just spotted it again. It's just spouting now. It's just kind of heading to the north. So this whale is definitely on the migration heading up to Alaska at this moment, but he or she just wanted to say hello to all of our fantastic viewers, and so I hope everybody enjoyed that. So we'll kind of keep watching here. That's the whale number 1 for the day, but I know they're out there. We just have to be patient on a day like today. The stormy conditions just make it a little tougher to spot them, but when they're jumping on the water, usually we don't miss them. So looks like I got a couple questions come in. Nari would like to know, how long can gray whales dive before they need air? Very good question. And so usually gray whales will come up and take a few breaths, usually 3 or 4 or 5 breaths. Did I catch that one on the camera? And so they spout like this a handful of times, and then they'll dive underwater for about 5 minutes while they're swimming like this. And they do that pretty much non-stop. And so usually while they're traveling like this, they breathe about every 5 minutes. I don't know about you, but I definitely cannot hold my breath for 5 minutes. Now, there are some times when a gray whale can hold its breath for even longer. And usually they will do that if they're hiding. They might be being chased by a predator, usually some orcas or something like that that would be maybe dangerous to them. And so gray whales can actually hold their breath for almost 30 minutes. Sometimes if there are orcas in the area, they will just take a big breath, go down to the bottom of the ocean and just sit there and just try to hide as long as they can, so those orcas don't find them, don't see them. So 30 minutes, that's a really, really long time to hold your breath. But they do that from time to time. Actually, if you check out our video from day 4, when we had the orcas come through the bay, after the orcas had left, I got some video of a whale spouting over and over again, really close. And it was a very unusual spouting kind of pattern. It was very quickly spouting over and over again, like these huge, big spouts. And I kind of suspect that it was holding its breath the whole time the orcas were here, 15 or 20 minutes. And finally, after the orcas left, it came back up and it was just trying to catch its breath, When you hold your breath for a really long time, you have to catch your breath after that. And so I kind of think that's what happened in that case. So really good question. And Taya loved the orcas the other day and liked to know, how big do they get? Another really, really good question. So orcas, the biggest that they get is sometimes around 30 feet long. And so that's still a pretty good sized whale, but it's not as long as our gray whales. Maybe in a little bit I'll pull out my whale models again and can kind of show you the size difference between the gray whales and the orcas, or the killer whales. So gray whales, again, they're really long, about 40 or 45 feet, and they can weigh 40 tons. But orca, or the killer whale, quite a bit smaller. They're built for speed, they're built to be quick. And so I'll pull out my models here in a little bit and show everybody. Well, it's about 11:30 a.m. our Pacific time. And I just got off the phone with some of my coworkers in another office, And the state parks is going to do an Ask Me Anything with a gentleman named Chris Havel. Chris is a great guy. He is our, I think, associate director. I'll have to double check on his title. Anyway, he is going to do an Ask Me Anything about state parks. Maybe you have questions about the closures, or maybe you have questions about upcoming camping trips, or maybe you have questions about your local state park. He is going to be over on the Oregon State Parks Facebook page starting at 12 o'clock. So in about a half hour, 25 minutes from now. If you want, you can open up another tab. You can go and check out. They're going to do a stream on the Oregon State Parks Facebook page, and you'll be able to ask our associate director anything you want. Hopefully it's about state parks. So yeah, I will make another comment about that here a little bit later. So Jonathan, can we see that sticker again? Oh yeah, for sure. Let me zoom the cameras out here while we're kind of waiting for our next whale to show up or jump or do something. Again, I'm going to hold up a sticker. You are all certified whale watchers now. And so you can take a picture of the screen, the TV you're watching, or you can take a still shot of your phone. Give it another few seconds here. You are all certified whale watchers, and you just saw one of those gray whales jumping out of the water. It's pretty awesome. I hope everybody got that there. All right. Cynthia asked, what's the date for day 4? That would have been on Tuesday, March 24th. That's day 4. And if you go to our YouTube channel, you can look at our videos and you'll see the day 4 Spring Whale Watch Week 2020, and I named it Orcas in the Bay. All right, stay tuned everybody. I'm gonna get my binoculars out and do another scan for some gray whales here as they're heading north along the Oregon coast. Again, my name is Luke. I'm a park ranger with Oregon State Parks, and stay tuned for some more whales. Hello again there, whale watchers. This is Luke, Park Ranger here with Oregon State Parks at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. It is about 11:45 our local time, and if you're just joining us, we've only spotted one whale today, but we saw it jumping out of the water a few times. And so I think if you rewind by about 20 minutes right now, maybe a little bit longer, about 25 minutes ago, we had a gray whale breaching about 3/4 of a mile out in front of us. So that was pretty exciting. It's a very gray, kind of overcast, cloudy day. We do have some storm systems kind of moving through, and so it's making the whale watching pretty challenging. But when one starts jumping out of the water, I usually don't miss it. So hope everybody liked that. Tina Undakova, I missed it. I'm totally new to this channel. Is this the last day of spring whale watching? I see we are on day 7. Well, we're actually going to stream over the weekend as well. And then we're still kind of finalizing some stuff, but we are going to try to extend our streaming here. And so you'll just have to kind of stay tuned and check back with us here next week. We might be announcing some kind of encore whale watching. The stream has been extremely popular over the last week, and so we are kind of finalizing some stuff right now. And all I can do is say stay tuned at this point, but hopefully we'll be able to bring you some more whale watching here over the coming weeks. So stay tuned. Let's see, it's about 11:48 now, so in about 12 minutes, again, over on the Oregon State Parks Facebook page, you will be able to do an Ask Me Anything, an AMA, with our Associate Director, Chris Havel. He is the spokesperson for Oregon State Parks, and he is a wealth of information about everything Oregon State Parks. And so if you want to jump over to that channel for a few minutes, they're going to start right at noon, so only in about 10 or 12 more minutes from now. And so it won't hurt my feelings if you go over to that page too. I will still be here for another couple hours. And so still watching for our gray whales and really anything else that swims by. A few minutes ago we had a question about Taya wanted to know how big do the orcas get. And let me show you my models again of my orca and my gray whale. I have a gray whale, an adult. This model would represent about a 45-foot whale. Here it is right here. Get it to focus. Come on, come on. Maybe we just get silhouettes today. Hang on a second. Let me move the camera a little bit more. Okay, there we go. So here's our gray whale, Taya. And remember, that's about 45 feet long. It's as big as a school bus. And then here is an orca. And this would be a female orca. You can see that the orcas are quite a bit smaller than the gray whales. A female orca might be 25 feet, maybe 30 feet, but usually kind of in between that range. The male orca actually can be a little bigger than the female. The males have a really tall dorsal fin right here that can be over 6 feet tall itself. And the male orcas, or killer whales, can be up to 32 feet long. So a little bit bigger than this model of the orca that I have right in front of you here. So great question, Taya. I hope this helps. Orcas are so cool. Gray whales are super cool too. So let's go ahead and zoom back out here with our orcas and hopefully find some more gray whales here really soon. So let me know if you've got any more questions or comments about whale watching or what we're seeing today. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out here to that half-mile buoy. It's been a lucky spot for us today. We watched that gray whale breaching right behind us, right behind it, I should say. And so again, if you want to look for that, you can scroll back on this live stream right now and look for it. It's probably about 25 minutes ago, I would say. Just kind of search around in that area. And this afternoon, I will go into the video and put a little marker on it so you can just click on a button and go right to when that whale was jumping. So really cool. Great day so far. If we're not going to see a lot of whales, I'm glad that the whale that we are seeing is jumping. So stay tuned, everybody. And again, just a few more minutes, about 10 minutes from now, head over to the Oregon State Parks Facebook page. There's going to be a live Ask Me Anything with our Associate Director, Chris Havel. All right, everybody, this is Luke here at the Whale Watching Center. Ryan asked, hey, are those tide pools right outside? Is there any cool wildlife down there? Yeah, we can go check them out for a little bit while we are waiting for our next whales to come through. And so it looks like we've got a few different bird species down here. We can go zoom around and see what's going on. But remember, this is the Whale Watching channel, not the tide pool channel. There's plenty of those. I'm just joking. Let's go ahead and zoom out. And let's go down to our sea wall here. There's a couple different bird species. There's a gull of some sort right there. And then if we look closely, that little bird is called a black oyster catcher. We look at those pretty often. They're very cool little birds, very unique looking. Totally black body with that bright orange beak. And you can see it right now kind of probing around in the seaweed. It's looking for worms or little clams or mollusks or anything that's loose that it can eat. The oyster catchers, they don't actually eat oysters. And so I'm not sure how they got their name, but they're pretty cool. Oh, there he goes, just flying away. And so let's go look around in some of our tide pools here. One of the neat things about Depot Bay is just how deep the water is immediately in front of us. And so you can see the edge of our ocean right there. It's covered in some different kinds of seaweed, and those are some mussels. These big mussel beds here, right, clinging to the rocks. Just beyond that, the ocean drops off to about 20 feet deep. It goes straight down. And so that's one of the reasons that the whales will come so close to us, is that it's pretty deep right in front of our windows. You know, that's one of the reasons that we see so many whales in this harbor and right in front of us, is because it's a little bit deeper than other places on the coast. Now, people will ask, is that how the town got its name? Is it Depot Bay, like Deep Bay? But Depot is actually D-E-P-O-E, and it's named after a gentleman who used to live here. And so Depot Charlie was his name, and he lived around these parts a long time ago, and he got a little town named after him. So he's a pretty interesting fellow for sure. So you can do a little internet search on Charlie Depot, Depot Charlie, learn a little bit about him and the history of this area. But again, being that it's 20 feet deep right in front of our windows, these gray whales feel really comfortable coming up close looking for food from time to time. And a couple days ago, I think it was day 5, we had a small juvenile gray whale right in front of our harbor entrance, right in front of that seawall over there. So you can go and look at that video. I know I put a timestamp on that one too. So we can look at these birds for a minute. These are some cormorants. Talked about them a little bit yesterday. They are very, very good swimmers. They dive down underwater and swim underwater and catch fish and squid and really anything that they can. And they like to come out of the water here and dry off a little bit. Looks like it's nap time if you're a cormorant. Pretty cool. But let's go look down here in the tide pool. Sometimes we see sea stars climbing up out of the water here actually. You know, that's a question I had a few days ago, and I failed to get to it that day. Someone was asking, how are the sea stars doing? I think you know, a lot of people have called them starfish over the years, but we're going to be scientists today. They're not a fish. They are sea stars. And a few years ago on the Oregon coast, our sea star population was kind of in trouble due to, it was called sea star wasting disease, and where a lot of the sea stars became sick and died. But there were pockets all along the coast that have survived and are doing better now, I should say. I won't say that the populations are like totally recovered, but there is some good things happening with our sea star populations. I know I see them when I'm out and about doing some tide pooling in certain places. But yeah, good question. There were some sea star issues, and it's not totally gone, but they're doing better. Got another gull down here. Just woke him up. Sorry. He's like, hey, I was sleeping. And if we look, here, let's just wait for these waves to kind of recede. We can look and see if we see any more. I know there's some anemones down in the water here that are very pretty that we get to see. The tide is coming in right now, so we might not get a great look at them right now, but we'll see. Oh, you see those green kind of patches. See if I can adjust the camera a little bit. Yeah, there's some anemones down in the water right there. They're so pretty. And some more waves coming in, so. All right. Hopefully that was a little tide pool fix for everybody there. Let's go back out to our half-mile buoy. You know, it is 12 o'clock noon right now, and so if you want, you can head over to that Oregon State Parks Facebook page, and there is an Ask Me Anything with the Oregon State Parks Associate Director Chris Havel right now. If you've got questions about the closures that are going on, or you can ask him, hey Chris, what is your favorite campsite? All that kind of stuff. He is on our Facebook page right now, and you can head over there and talk to him. But like I said earlier, it's not going to hurt my feelings if you go check him out too. I will be here for another 2 hours. We will stream today until 2 p.m. Pacific time, so stay tuned, everybody. I'm going to grab a little bite to eat and look for some whales, and hopefully we'll get a few more on the camera for you before the day is done. So thank you so much, and see you soon. Well, hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger at the Depot Bay Whale Center. I was just taking a quick pan over to the Oregon State Parks Facebook page, and right now our Associate Director Chris Havel is doing a live Ask Me Anything, and he's fielding questions, everything from campground reservation questions to the COVID-19 parks closure and all sorts of stuff. So if you want to jump over to our Facebook page right now, feel free. If you want to stick around with me, that's awesome too. We're still looking for our next gray whale to come through here. We just spotted one so far today, but that one whale was breaching or jumping out of the water over and over again. So I see some questions about, oh, I just missed it, I had to take a phone call. Let's see, who was that? Leslie, just coming back to the channel after a phone call. How long ago was the breach? Leslie, we have a problem. You're not supposed to be working right now. You're supposed to be watching whales with us. No, I'm just joking. The breach happened about the 1 hour and 22 mark. And so my timer right now says we're at the 2:07 mark. So you'll have to rewind a bit, about 50 minutes or so, to get back to where the whale was breaching. And if you can't find it right now, I will put a timestamp in the video a little later this afternoon, and people will be able to just click on it and go straight to when that whale was jumping out of the water. I think we caught it on the camera 3 times. It's kind of a gray, cloudy, overcast day, but I'm pretty sure you're able to see it coming out of the water there a couple times at least. So pretty exciting. Well, let's see. Era. Oh, hey, Era. I hope you're doing well. Yep. Thank you for your years of helping us out, and I know it won't be long before I see you and a lot of other people out and about again. So I hope you're staying home, staying safe right now, and it'll be good to see you here as soon as we all can. So, all right. Susan's in Longview. Hi, Susan. Okay. Watching and working. Yep. I hope everybody is at home right now getting some work done. It's a little different for everybody, for sure. I was actually just talking to some coworkers here, and typically this time of year, there's about 2,000 people per day coming through this visitor center, and obviously this year things are much different. So yeah, it's kind of strange times, but we're all doing our part. And I hope that by doing these live streams like we've been doing, it's given people a little bit of an outlet coming out here to the coast and hopefully seeing some whales and hopefully learning a thing or two. So thank you again, everybody, for being here. Hi, Joanna in Eugene. Welcome. Hope everybody's doing well, staying home, staying safe, and we'll find a few more whales today, hopefully. So thanks again. Stay tuned. Well, hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. If you're just joining us, it's a little slower today. We've got kind of some stormy weather rolling through, but we did spot one gray whale. It was about 50 minutes ago or so, and it was breaching or jumping out of the water, so pretty cool. You can rewind today's live feed and look for that. It was about the 1 hour and 20 mark, I want to say. And so my timer says we are at 2 hours and 15 minutes. And so if you rewind about 55 minutes or so, I hope everybody can find that. Got a question came in. When we return to normal and can make it back out to the coast from Central Oregon, what are our visitor center's hours? So right now, Sam, we are on kind of our winter operating schedule, usually this time of year, and that's we are open from Wednesdays until Sundays from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. And then usually right around Memorial Day is when we switch into our summer operating schedule, and then we will be open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. But again, all of that's kind of up in the air right now, and so we'll just kind of have to stay tuned. But yes, a normal operation schedule for us in the summertime is going to be every day from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. But again, you can always check online the Oregon State Parks website with all the latest information. You can look at our park here and figure out what's going on. So good question. So let me go ahead and, whoops, sorry, we got a little bit of rain moving through here now, and the camera decided to focus on those raindrops. Let's go out to our half-mile buoy again, and I'm just going to kind of leave it broad and see if we can't find any spouts from gray whales or anything else swimming by right now. Again, it's pretty stormy out there right now, rain and wind, and you can see all these white caps out over the water. It just makes it really challenging when we're looking for whales. But we can get lucky, and earlier today we did, seeing that whale breach a few times. It was just awesome. So stay tuned, everybody, and we'll see if we can't find another couple whales. All right, whale watchers, this is Luke Parsons, Park Ranger here with Oregon State Parks at the Depot Bay Whale Center. Still on the watch for our next gray whales to come through. Pretty stormy day, but we're watching this big commercial fishing vessel kind of head south right now. I think that ship is out of Newport. And let me see if I can zoom in a little bit and see what kind of gear they got. Oh, I think that's about it. That's pretty cool, watching these big ships kind of bust through these waves. It's, I'm not sure if that guy was crabbing or trawling or what. Looks like a big net on the back, so probably a trawler. Hard to say. Trawlers, it's really, there's so many different boats and ships that pass by in front of us. A couple days ago we had really clear weather, and on my way home I was able to look out and see a huge container ship being towed by a big tug. A lot of industry goes by us out here, out over the ocean, so it's pretty cool. If you ever are, in the future, you head down to Newport and you walk down kind of into the Old Town section of town, there's a beautiful boardwalk down there. I really encourage people to go check out. It's a working harbor. You know, there's a huge commercial fleet of ships, and they're crabbing and fishing and all sorts of stuff. But there's some really cool interpretive displays down there that talk about all of the different kinds of fishing that happen out of that harbor. And there's some really cool photographs and illustrations of all the different kinds of boats and fishing ships. And then they kind of tell you how they work and what they're fishing for and all that kind of good stuff. It's really, really fun. Go down there, you can check out all the sea lions on the dock and stuff like that too. So in the future, that's a good place to go check out, especially little kids. You get to kind of stand above the sea lions, and you can watch them. It's really, really interesting. A lot of great stuff to do in the Newport area, actually. One of my other favorite places is the Hatfield Marine Science Center. It's in kind of the South Beach area. It's an Oregon State University visitor center. And they have some amazing displays in there. They have some great tanks with different sea life in them. And they also have some really cool exhibits. One of my favorites is the wave pool. You can build a little Lego house out of some little blocks, and then you can make a wave, and you can see if your house survives the wave. It's pretty cool. They also have some really neat interactive 3D sand tables I really like. Just some fun stuff to do. And they also have some great information and displays about all the fisheries that happen out there. Salmon fishing and the lingcod and the crabbing and everything. It's just really, really cool place to go check out. So we're still kind of waiting for our next whales to come through here. I've got the camera zoomed out at that 1 mile buoy. You can tell today that it's quite a bit windier, and we've got this big storm coming up from the south. It's blowing all the waves from the left to the right. And so that indicates it's a wet storm for us usually. In the wintertime, all of our weather, well, I should say most of our weather, comes from the south. You know, people call it kind of the Pineapple Express. It's a warm, wet weather pattern, and that's kind of what's happening to us right now. So supposed to be rain the next couple days, but hopefully we have at least some visibility like we do today, and we're able to see some of these gray whales and really whatever else swims around out there. So stay tuned. We'll keep moving the cameras around. Let me go back over here to our 1/2 mile buoy. There it is. And we'll see if we can get lucky again, find a few more whales. Let me know if you got any questions or comments. And Jenny says, it'd be cool if you guys put a microphone outside so we could hear the ocean while you're not talking. I know, Jenny, that would be awesome. Unfortunately, this building is sealed tight. It's sealed so tightly just so that it's waterproof. The storms that hit this part of the coast can be pretty nasty sometimes. And the other thing is that we are literally 20 feet away from Highway 101. So as much as I'd love to share the sounds of the ocean with everyone,
it would mostly be just road noise. And so, good comment though. I wish I could pipe in some awesome ocean music right now. So stay tuned, everybody, and cross your fingers we see a few more whales. Well, hello again there, whale watchers. This is Luke, Park Ranger with Oregon State Parks here at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. It is day 7 of our spring whale watch week. And if you're just joining us, it's been a pretty quiet day for us here in Depot Bay. We have a pretty good storm system starting to come through our area, and it's given us lots of clouds and wind and waves and all sorts of stuff that just make it really challenging when we're looking for these whales. That being said, we did see one whale earlier today, and pretty much the only reason we were able to spot it is because it was jumping out of the water. It was breaching. I think it breached 4 or 5 times. I was able to catch it on the camera a couple times, at least 2 or 3 times. And that was at 1 hour and 22 minutes or so into our feed. And so about an hour and 20 minutes ago, if you rewind, you can search around for that. I will kind of tag it in our comment section of the stream later this afternoon. But so far, that's the only whale we have spotted today. And yep, just kind of challenging. But we'll be here for another hour and 20 minutes or so. I've got Ranger Peter here in the building now too, so he might jump on the microphone in a little bit and say hey to everybody. Tomorrow, again, you will be with Ranger Hyla for the day, and then I think, Peter, is it you on Sunday? Yeah, Ranger Peter will be with everybody on Sunday. And again, I want everybody to kind of stay tuned to our channel or our other social media outlets. We are kind of working on a plan for kind of an encore whale watch. And so we're not sure exactly what it looks like, but this feed has been very popular over this last week. We were just looking at the numbers, and over 200,000 people will have interacted with these videos here by tonight. So it's been a real pleasure to be here with everybody over these last few days, and I hope you've had fun, and I hope we've been able to bring you a little joy looking out our windows here with us. So I see we've got about 125 or so people with us here right now, so thank you to everybody for being with us, and it's just incredible how many folks have found us this year. So thank you again for joining us wherever you're from. I'm just going to kind of zoom out over here again against these cliffs. These are some beautiful cliffs here on the south end of our bay, and just we can watch the waves crash. Or you can leave me a comment in that chat box. Where should we be looking right now? Should we be looking at these cliffs? Do we want to look at the buoy? Do we want to look in the tide pool some more? Let me know, and we'll see if we can't zoom our cameras over there while we are waiting for these next whales to come through. So I was just checking out part of that Facebook feed, the Oregon State Parks Facebook channel. They're still doing a little Ask Me Anything with our Associate Director, Chris Havel. He was answering tons of questions about his favorite parks and obviously like the COVID-19 closures and when we're going to reopen, all that kind of good stuff. So hopefully you were able to check part of that out. And so yeah, it's been a pretty good day. I got a comment coming in. I've got 3 kids here who want to say hi to Ranger Luke. Oh, hey everybody. Eowyn, Cullen, and Millie. Awesome. Well, welcome to you 3 kids, Eowyn, Cullen, and Millie. I hope you're having a good day today, and I hope everybody's having a great day today, hanging out, staying home, staying safe. And if you saw earlier in the stream, I gave everybody their virtual sticker. And so I want to make sure everybody saw that. Let me hold up another one in case you didn't. And so typically when people come into the whale watching center, we give them a sticker that they can announce to the world that they are certified whale watchers. And so let me give everybody your sticker again. You can take a picture of this with your phone or a little screen grab if you want, but there you go. You are all certified whale watchers from right here in Depot Bay, Oregon. All right, everybody. Well, let me zoom back out to that buoy right now. No, we're going to the cliffs. That's what I said. We're going to go to the cliffs. And if anybody has any strong feelings about where we should look at with the camera right now, go ahead and let us know in that chat box and we'll get the camera over there. Thanks again, everybody, for being here. And stay tuned. Hopefully we'll see a few more whales today. Hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. So a few questions, comments coming through. Jake says, can you turn the camera so we can see you in the visitor center? Jake, that's a great question. We actually can't. Our camera is kind of mounted in a way that we can't turn it much more than I have. And we also have another rule. You will never see us on the cameras during these live streams. That's just something that you probably won't see on these live streams is us. And we like it that way, actually. And Jake, yeah, you're so welcome. This is a lot of fun to be able to get to do this. Linda says, do the whales travel alone through the channel? Do you mean out on that migration route or in the channel here in the harbor? I need maybe a little more clarification. But if you mean do they travel alone on the migration, then yeah, usually gray whales are by themselves. They're pretty solitary most of their life. We do see sometimes a few whales grouped up while they're swimming right now, migrating, but it's usually just one whale at a time. Good question. And also, where else do they feed besides Depot Bay? Another great question. So in the summertime, these gray whales, they're feeding all along the Oregon coast, but some places are kind of hot spots. Depot Bay is one of those hot spots for sure. It's kind of the biggest one. And so just north and just south of Depot Bay are some fantastic kelp beds. And in that kelp is where a lot of the zooplankton that these gray whales are searching for hides all summer long. And so the central Oregon coast, kind of Newport to Lincoln City area, with Depot Bay being right in the middle, that's going to be kind of the hottest of the hot spots in the summertime. Oh, Peter's got a whale. Where are we at, Peter?
A little bit to the right.
Where are we at here? Somewhere over here? Behind the reef there feeding, or out further?
Yeah, it's probably about half a mile.
Half mile out. So Ranger Peter just picked up a whale. So we'll see if we can't catch it on the cameras here. Other great spots to look for the feeding whales in the summertime would be up, I've actually seen some whales up around Pacific City, out along the rocks there. There's a few gray whales feed there from time to time. And then another pretty good spot is down at Port Orford in the summertime. If you're familiar with that section of the coast, it again kind of has some rockier terrain, some rocky underwater features, and that gives the kelp a great thing to anchor itself to. And if you've got kelp, you've probably got some mysid shrimp and some other zooplankton kind of attaching itself there, and or just living in that area, and so the whales will kind of focus on those areas. Yeah, great question. Those are where the whales are feeding here along the Oregon coast. Got it. Yep, the migration route. I see your comment there, Linda. Yeah, hopefully you got that answered there. Usually the gray whales are just one at a time right now. Pretty typical for us. So stay tuned. I'm gonna actually pass the camera and the microphone over here to Ranger Peter for a little bit, and hopefully he'll be able to help y'all find this whale he just spotted. So thanks again for joining us, and if we do catch this one on the camera, oh, there it was, I saw it right in the middle of the screen. Let me kind of zoom out there. This is the second whale we have spotted today, so they're still out there.
right, well, this is Ranger Peter here. We're still trying to find this whale again. We've only seen it spout a few times, and so hopefully we'll catch it. Typically, we'll have a few spouts that will happen in a row where they'll spout with about 10 to 45-second gap in between, and then they'll go for a short dive of up to about 5 minutes. We'll see if we can find this whale again. Hopefully, it'll show up in not too long. All right, well, this whale has been pretty elusive, so we'll keep looking around and see if we can get on camera again. But right now, as the weather conditions are indicating, it's getting a little more windy, and so we've had more whitecaps that have been forming out on the ocean. That always makes it a little more difficult to spot them, but we'll see what else we can find around. All right, well, while we're waiting, I saw we had some viewer questions that came up. We have one that asks, have the whales jumped up yet? Well, earlier today, I wasn't here for it, but we did have a breach that happened. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's pretty exciting when it does. A breach, if you've never seen one, is when a whale gets enough speed to generate it, they can get about half to sometimes 2/3 of their body up and out of the water. We'll keep looking and see what else we can find. I know that Luke, he's going to be tagging the one that was breaching at the end of the photo, or at the end of today's broadcast. All right, well, we have another question that just came in asking how close do they come to the visitor center? Well, during the summertime, we have gray whales that will feed in our bay, and we can sometimes see them just off the rocks, and so we get a good up-close view of them. Typically, we'll see that starting in, say, June, and that can go all the way through October and even early November. All right. Well, while we're waiting for more whales to show up, I thought I'd take a moment to take a look at some of our frequent visitors. We have a whole bunch of pelagic cormorants that are hanging out on the breakwall. We'll keep looking. We're getting into the last 45 minutes of our whale watching stream for today, but hopefully we'll find some more in not too long. Keep the questions coming in, and we'd be happy to answer them. All right, well, we had a couple of viewer questions to answer. There was one is, have there been any whales in the last 10 minutes? Unfortunately, we have not seen any in the last little while, so we're hoping that we'll see some soon, but it's been over 10 minutes since we've seen the last one. We also have a question about the orcas from the other day. It sounds like, from talking with Ranger Luke, the orcas that we're seeing here were the transient orcas and not the resident orcas that are normally found in the Puget Sound. Okay, we just had another spout. It was in pretty close, probably less than a quarter mile offshore, so we'll see if we can find it again. This was the first one that I saw, so hopefully it's the beginning of a series of spouts. But it should be a bright white cloud, hopefully right in the middle of the screen. All right, so this has been an elusive whale. I feel pretty confident that this is the whale that we were watching maybe about 15 minutes ago. It seems to be coming in closer in the bay. It's not giving us the traditional spouting pattern that we see with a lot of gray whales. A lot of times with gray whales, they'll spout sometimes 3 to up to 5 times in a row. And they'll be spaced out in between, and so a lot of times the space can be 10 seconds and sometimes up to 45 seconds. And then it'll be followed by a dive, and that dive can be up to about 5 minutes. It's usually pretty shallow, and then they come back up again. Unfortunately, this one has been spouting once and then staying down for sometimes 5 to maybe even 10 minutes at a time. So we'll see if we can find it again. right, we're still tracking this whale here. Again, it looks to be like a pretty small gray whale, so hopefully we'll get to see it again. We're only getting about one spout, say every 3 to 5 minutes, which is usually that's a pretty long gap in between breaths, but it hasn't moved a whole lot, so we'll try to catch it again the next time it comes up.
All right, well, hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. Big thanks to Ranger Peter for driving the camera there for a little bit, keeping track of this small gray whale that's right here in the bay. Most likely this is one of those smaller gray whales that we've been tracking the last few days. You know, these whales have just been super difficult to keep up with, but you know, we've gotten lucky a few times and been able to get them on the camera for everybody. So we'll go ahead and kind of zoom back out to the half-mile buoy here, and I'll take a look in those comments, see if we got any more questions or anything that's come in. Okay. Tiffany says, Luke, it's 1 p.m., it's not morning anymore. Sorry, you're right. Good afternoon. I mean, there could be somebody watching us in Hawaii or something right now, so it could still be morning over there. But yep, you're right. Good afternoon. Let's see. Yeah, I think Peter talked about those orcas. They were some of the transient orcas. And then another one, do whales have vocal cords? Yes, whales do have vocal cords. Oh, I see. You saw a video where whales were spouting and making a sound as they spouted. So they do have vocal cords, but typically, I think I know what you're talking about during the spouts. Sometimes, like when a whale spouts, there's like a whirring noise or a whistle almost. And usually that's just the air being forced out of their nostrils super fast, and you get that kind of high-pitched kind of whistle. So that wouldn't necessarily be their vocal cords making that noise. That's just kind of their nostrils resonating a little bit. But humpbacks, I know there's some really cool videos of humpbacks spouting, and there's kind of a whistle that goes with it. But their vocal cords are actually, attached to their throat, and they do make little vocalizations from time to time. Gray whale vocalizations are not very attractive. They're mostly like little grunts and stuff like that, or little oscillations, but nothing very beautiful, I guess, to our human ears. Humpback whales do sing, and I know there's some really cool recordings of humpback whale vocalizations, singing to each other, all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, good questions. So, yeah, pretty good stuff. So let us know. We are going to be streaming for about another 20 minutes or so. And so stay tuned. Hopefully we'll see another whale or two between now and 2 o'clock. Hope everybody's enjoying the feed so far today. If you're just finding us, it's been a really, really good week of whale watching, and I encourage you to go and check out some of our other videos from throughout the week. Ranger Peter started us off with day 1 last Saturday, so 7 days ago now. And I know he caught a breach on that day, a whale jumping. I know last Monday, day 3, we had just beautiful weather here in Depot Bay, and within the first 15 or 20 minutes of that day, I had already counted at least 8 different gray whales in and outside of our bay. So really, really good start to the week. And then on Tuesday, day 4, we had those orcas come into the bay. We caught those on the cameras as well. It's just been a really, really great week of whale watching so far, and hopefully we'll see a few more here. The original plan for these streams was to go through Sunday, March 29th, but I do want everybody to stay tuned. We're still kind of formulating our plans here, but most likely we will have some sort of a live stream kind of encore. These videos have been super popular. We've had thousands and thousands of people from all over the globe tuning in this week and enjoying some of what we've been watching. So all I can say right now is stay tuned and maybe watch for an announcement next Monday. So that would be March 30th, I believe. So anyway, I hope everybody's enjoying the camera today. Stay tuned, and we'll try to find at least one more whale here before we're done for today. Thanks, everybody. Well, hello again, everybody. This is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. Beautiful Oregon State Park Visitor Center. It's almost 1:50 Pacific time. So we'll be turning our cameras off here in the next 10 minutes or so. But if you're just joining us, we have only spotted 2 whales today. We've got a pretty big storm system kind of starting to roll through our section of Oregon, and so it's just made looking for these animals very challenging. Lots of gray clouds, some whitecaps and wind, and even a little bit of rain has just made our viewing conditions very difficult. You know, the first hour plus we didn't see anything at all. It's just kind of a slower day due to the weather. And then all of a sudden we had that gray whale breaching or jumping out of the water right in front of us. So that was a pretty exciting way to start our whale tally for the day. That happened about 1 hour and 22 minutes into our stream. And so you can rewind this live stream if you want right now and go look for that. It's about 1 hour and 22 minutes. After I turn off the stream for the day, it takes YouTube about 15 minutes or so to kind of process our video, and then it will be posted to the Oregon State Park page. And then I will go in this afternoon and put a timestamp on it in the comment section, and you'll be able to just click on that and it'll take you right to when we saw that whale breaching. It was just kind of behind our half-mile buoy here in the area where I'm kind of pointing right now. So it was pretty exciting. It was a slower day whale-wise, but the whales that we did see, one of them was putting on a pretty good show for sure. So if you've got any last-minute questions or comments for today, go ahead and leave us a little comment in that chat box, and we will try to get it answered here before we're done for the day. If you like today's video or you like our streams in general, go ahead and hit that like button, and feel free to subscribe to that Oregon State Parks YouTube channel. You can also turn on your notifications and that little bell, and you'll be alerted every time that we start broadcasting live. And so it's a good way to kind of stay in touch with us and see what we're doing so you won't miss anything cool. So again, we'll be streaming for about another 5 or 6 minutes or so. Let us know if you've got any last minute burning whale questions, and we'll get those answered for you here. Thanks again. If you want to learn more about whale watching here along the Oregon coast, be sure to check out the main Oregon State Parks webpage. That's www.oregonstateparks.org. You can go and find the Things to Do tab and click on that, and then there'll be a drop-down menu, and you'll see a whole section dedicated to whale watching. You can learn about our visitor center here in Depot Bay, and then also there's some great maps and information about other places along the coast that are good ideas for you to pull over and take a look. So thanks again, everybody, and stay tuned. We'll leave the cameras going here for a few more minutes. We'll try to wrap up any more last-minute questions here. So be right back. Well, hello again, everybody, for the last time. This is Luke, Park Ranger here at the Depot Bay Whale Center. So we're just going to wrap up here for the day. We've got that little whale that we have been kind of tracking for the last hour or so. It's moved over here kind of to the north end of our bay, but got the cameras pointed over there, hopefully catching it one more time. But we'll give it about another 30 seconds or so. So we're going to wrap up for the day. Just in recap, we spotted 2 gray whales today. One of them was a very big adult gray whale, and it was breaching out by a half-mile buoy. And the other one was this small little gray whale just right here in the bay. Probably one of the little ones we've been following the last couple days. So huge thank you to Ranger Hyla for getting us started this morning, and to Ranger Peter for stepping in for a little bit today. Ranger Hyla and Ranger Peter will be with you all the next couple days over the weekend as we continue our Spring Whale Watch 2020 live stream from here at the Depot Bay Whale Watching Center. I hope everybody has enjoyed the feed today. Not a ton of whale activity, but still fun to look. And so we'll kind of cross our fingers the next couple days we have some good visibility and can hopefully see a few more whales. Make sure we don't have any more questions here. Oh, I see one question from Stacy. The point in the front of the whale center, the wall looks broken and lets water in. Is that intentional? Yes, actually. I think you're talking about our sea wall right here. And so these 2 pieces of concrete are actually there to protect the ships and the boats as they come from in the ocean into the harbor there. And the smaller piece down on the right was actually built first. And a little while after they built it, they realized they needed a bigger one. And so I think 10 years later, so this was like in the 30s and 40s, they built that second taller piece of concrete there. And yes, that gap in there is intentional so that the water can drain out as the waves are coming and going. So good question. All right, everybody. If you want to learn more about whale watching in Oregon, remember, go and check out that main Oregon State Parks website, www.oregonstateparks.org. And you can find the whale watching section in there. And you can also learn all about the other great state parks in your area. So I hope everybody's home staying safe. And I just saw our whale come up. You've got 10 seconds, whale. I hope everybody's at home, staying safe. We look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow and the next few days. And again, stay tuned. Next week, we're going to announce on Monday kind of our plans for a Whale Watch live stream encore. So thanks again, everybody, for a great week, and we'll see you soon.